my I don't know, just randomly disconnected yeah my my webcam, everything just randomly disconnected for some reason. So hope we're back now. I'm not gonna change this now. Now we're gonna look at, we should have our pre-market analysis done. We have an interesting day today. We don't have major news, we have some slide news. So let me actually make my pre-market analysis. We're a bit late, but I think that's fine. Overall GU, I said yesterday that for GU I'm generally looking to continue the range. If we see here, this order is gonna be my play, either this, or if we break above this inverse above here, I'm looking for a retest and a continuation higher. So generally I'm still looking to continue trend here. We do have a gap here, so we have to be a bit careful. Asia looks decent for a range setup for me, so that's, I'm gonna make my pre-market. Good range model, we should easily look to continue buys. Also potential sell of opening gap, so we have to be a bit careful on this. AUD/USD, I said that we're probably gonna be bearish, especially if we inverse this, because we are looking generally a bit more bearish rather than the rest of the pairs, and we do have equal lows here, so that's what I'm kind of looking to target. Okay, my webcam again, bro, what is this? Like, what's happening? Okay, now it's moving. Like, we inverse this, and now I'm looking to target lower, to target towards the equal lows at least, and then from here potentially continue buys. That's gonna kind of be my buys, but we're looking a bit weird, so I don't know, maybe a sweep of this high, but I don't think I'm gonna trade in London, so we have to see. Probably not gonna trade AUD/USD for now, because it doesn't look good. Gold also, I was looking to continue buys off here. This is a daily FVG, so it kind of matters a lot how we behave to this, and we kind of did, but a bit bearish. It's a bit bearish, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, my notion, what's happening here? So gold, we kind of opened a bit bearish. Looks pretty solid for a trending laser or delayed trending laser, but again looking to trade with such an aggressive, to trade sell such against such an aggressive trend kind of risky. So we need to wait for New York anyways. So gold, I'm probably gonna wait for New York. It looks kind of good. If we sweep this high, we can look to target sales, but we don't really, I mean, we inverse a 4-hour FVG, that's a pretty bearish sign, but other than that, I don't know. And Geo is looking kind of bearish, so I don't know. Also, Euro looks slightly decent, but we have news at 10. Looks slightly decent for to continue buys from here. Because we also have New York sessions with the bonus confirmation. That's kind of the thing on GU. We don't really have that New York, and if you see sweeps here, it's not that good. So probably Euro will stay, but has news. So Euro does have news today at 10, I mean in 10 minutes from now, and so yeah, also DAX looks pretty bearish. Looks really bearish in my opinion. So where is DAX? Again, I don't know what's happening to my webcam, so I'm just gonna not do it anymore. It's kind of disconnecting randomly. So it is what it is. But DAX, we are looking like we're bearish, definitely. Here you go, potential in my opinion. Okay, UK actually looks good for us over here. If we manage to sweep the high. So where's UK? Looking pretty good for bearish ideas. We did fail range, still expecting price to go lower towards that blue level. So we should continue with this momentum. Pretty good for some sales after Asian high gets taken. So that's gonna be our bias. I don't think we're gonna trade. So now that we have our pre-market, basically, let me also check the XY. It's kind of rejecting higher, but we should still keep going bearishness. We should still keep going bearish. So if we know that we should keep going bearish, let me 1 second. Let me also open my live, because yeah, maybe someone's in the chat. So just making sure. So we're looking kind of solid to continue lower on DXY after this gets swept. So I think we're still solid to be buying on yeah, on the rest of the pairs. So I'm gonna place an alert here. Euro probably gonna be these are gonna be for New York. I think gold also is gonna be for New York. Well, I'm not really looking to trade. This looks like a really good model for the delayed trending Asia. This looks like a really solid area because of many reasons. This is a daily gap, I think. Let me check. Yeah, it's a daily gap. First of all, this this area here, it's a daily gap. It has an inducement high here on Asia, and it also has an inverse here from previous day. So this makes of a really good area to continue sales. Even though it might look on a trend because we inverse this FVG and because we also inverse that daily gap, this looks like really solid signs that we can potentially go lower towards range low. So yeah, I think this is gonna be a pretty good New York setup. Same with DAX. It's gonna be most likely but I mean, we're looking kind of solid for buys, but we don't really have any. We do have these lows here, but trying to buy like that of I don't know. I'm not really that confident. Same one with USD. We gotta wait for a bit more structure to form, but probably we'll look at how GU behaves here. We might inverse this, so we basically opened. I want to see this gap. We have this 1 hour discount FVG here in the range low and towards the range low. So if we close pretty bullish, we can easily target here, target the highs of yeah. Also euro looks relatively good. We might want to see how it behaves to this. So yeah, we gotta wait a bit. But euro and GU I'm gonna monitor today. The rest of the pairs I'm not really gonna monitor. I'm also not really gonna. I think I'm gonna remove indices from my list because I'm not gonna trade them. So I'm only gonna trade 6 pair, which are gonna be Euro, GU, UK, Gold, DAX, and AUD USD. These are basically gonna be the pairs I'm looking to trade from now on. And yeah, euro looks okay, but I don't think I'm necessarily confident trying to buy with this equal lows here. So I think more or less I'm gonna watch how GU behaves. GU also doesn't have news, so 1.5 on Asian highs. Yeah, I think we should drag towards this regardless. Regardless of if price wants to fail, or more like this level right here, so we can have a potential trade here. If we inverse this, yeah, I'm kind of down to actually buy. I'm actually kind of down to buy from here. I mean, it's classic Asian setup, right? So it's a classic Asian rate setup for me. But I want to see the gap inverse. That's gonna be my criteria for this trade, right? If this gap gets inverse, we can look at potential buys. On euro, I want to see a bit more structure. I would want to see these lows get taken before considering taking trades. And yeah, UK, we're still waiting on that 4-hour gap to get reached. If this gets reached, we can easily look to target this or this. So we have 3 potential setups basically today. Euro has a really good rejection on the higher time frame of this New York session low. So we gotta see how price will behave around this area. Yeah, if GU breaks pretty strongly, I'm down to buy, to be honest. I mean, it's just basically a classic raid setup in a discount PD array, and yeah, it's just classic. It's a classic setup for me. So yeah, I actually kind of wanna wait for the 5 minute to close. See, we have this gap here. We also kind of have to be careful at around this wick here. So because it's a rebalance this FVG, so it's kind of pivotal area. But we gotta be a bit careful. So we'll see. We'll see how would you behaves here. I think we're gonna wait basically for Euro news, which are gonna happen in 3 minutes from now. So I think that's what's gonna happen, and that's what we should do. Wait for Euro news first of all. Yeah, UK should still come here. We had a pretty solid rebalance. I don't really like that we grabbed this low because it looks relatively bullish, but that's okay. AUDUSD looks like again a rate setup, so our best plays are on Euro and GU. GU is kind of a bit better, but also want to see price close below Asian low, so close above Asian low. So if we gap above this gap, I also want to see price gap above, close above this level. If we close like this, it doesn't really matter, but it's important anyways. There's a lot of reasons why this area is really pivotal for price. First is this gap, right? If we inverse this gap, we are bullish. Second, we have this equal low, so this is a real level. So if we close above it, that's a huge sign that we're gonna continue higher. Third, it's the last up candle in this move, so this is also really important area for price. So we want to see how we close here. We want to see how we close, and we're looking to target this high right here on new week opening gap basically. So I want to see. Now I'm waiting for one more candle basically. If this candle closes bullish, I'm down to buy, to be honest. So that's what I'm waiting for. This gap to if this gap closes bullish, we have no reason not to execute, right? My risk will be 0.5 because yeah, I wanted to go 0.5. It's gonna be 1.6. 1.6. Let's see. On the 5 minute, it forms a really good gap here, but normally you would wanna see like Normally you would want to see 12411. Yeah, it's a difference in price here. 1 2 1 2 1 2 4 4 1 3 1 2 4 4 1 3 1 2 4 50, and take profit is gonna be on the high. It's forming a really good FVG here. How we inverse this 5 minute. I don't think it matters for us to wait for another 5 minute candle. I think what I'm gonna do here is wait for this 3 minute candle to close, so which is 1 more minute basically, right? It doesn't really matter for us to wait for the 5 minute. As I said, it can be a cautious thing to do, but right now I think we're still solid to wait only for the 3 minute. Want to see it close above. If I don't see a close, this is not considered a close above. This candle will be a close above, so that's what I'm waiting for here. It's a pretty straightforward trade, in my opinion. Let's do like this, and my it's gonna be 1.7. Let's do a bit more, but not like. Replace my order right now. Here on the inverse, it's pretty straightforward, right? I mean, exactly on the lows of Asia, because I think it's a really huge level. So regardless of what's gonna happen here, we're gonna retest this. If we hold it, if we hold the level and we hold this gap, we should definitely continue higher. Otherwise, we're probably not gonna do that. Also, Euro has a potential trade here towards the upside, but I'm not really confident in buying like this because of this. I don't know. I'm not confident with this liquidity here, so it's better for me to try and buy GU. Maybe I'm coping, but yeah, maybe I'm coping, but we'll see. And also, if you look on the 1 minute why our entry is good, is because it's on this down candle, right? On this down candle. So overall, I think we're solid. Let's see. A great confluence now for our entry will be if we see the 5 minute close like this, which will probably happen in my opinion. So yeah, news don't really. We had, as I said at the start, we had some mid impact news on Euro, but not really like did something special, I can say. But yeah, this can be a solid setup, so I might still consider entering on this Euro trade as well. So we'll see. But I don't know if I like that sell side. But it has huge R potential basically. It's again same concept. It has kind of huge R potential in my opinion, this trade, but I would want to see at least the high get close above here. We'll see. But overall, I think we're fine with GU. Looking to target new week opening gap, at least we should probably take partials around this level, and our main target should definitely be range highs, but it depends on how price wants to behave, right? Because our TPO range high would be like 2%, and TP here, we want to target new week opening gap. Still, I think it's a good idea to target new week opening gap. But the thing is, let's see if price wants to retest, because I've also been monitoring this breaker here. It's a good breaker, so yeah, we'll see how we do. Probably gonna consider trading euro, but I want to see the high get close above. So this is not really that significant of a zone. I would not consider it a danger zone whatsoever. It's gonna be marked in our charts. I'm also gonna consider trading euro, but this is a bit weird, I would say. But since yeah, it makes sense, and somehow it does make sense. So GU I probably consider targeting this because it's a weaker pair, and Euro would probably consider targeting range highs. So yeah, let's see Euro USD. Oops. Well, I still want to see the high get close above as a strong sign, as a bonus confluence. Otherwise, we're gonna keep our GU order, and we're not gonna trade Euro. But Euro, we need like 13 pips, let's say. 13, 1.9. Yeah, because it looks pretty solid though. We are in kind of resistance zone, but I don't think we're gonna stop bullish order flow. By the way, we are kind of looking on the lower time frames. I don't think we're gonna stop bullish order flow, so we'll see. So is this a 5-minute gap as well? It kind of is. On the 1 minute, let's see where we are. Let's see. One for US. So like here, 104660. 104660. Geo almost tapped our entry. So again, Euro has definitely potential towards the highs. So what's the lot size for Euro? 19. I'm gonna 185. 104660. So I placed an Euro order as well, but I don't know if we're gonna come back to our area. So that's kinda it, but let's see if G wants to tap us in. Because Euro looks pretty strong. It kind of looks like it's gonna retest this, but I'm not really willing to put my entry there, in my opinion. It would be like a 3 hours, so maybe it's not that bad. 1.4. So where is Euro? Okay. 1.4. 1.43. pending order. One zero four. Move my entropy higher on euro because it just looks like it's gonna retest this. Geo, I'm still waiting on that on that entry, so we'll see. I don't think we have basically any reason to just make this move randomly because we had a raid on liquidity, you can call it that, right? This initial raid on liquidity, but it fell to break lower and start breaking higher again, so this is a good sign for bullish momentum. If we take Asian highs before taking my entry, then I would maybe consider not entering a trade, but for me this looks really solid. We had a double mitigation here, so we don't need to re-raid liquidity, because this is significant because it also fell to break lower, so that's why this FVG is overall significant, right? So we'll see. We're on euro, we're looking to target that range high because it's overall the stronger pair, right? It's overall the stronger pair, so we should be easily targeting higher. We have to be careful at around this level, which is gonna be my danger zone, but I don't really have a danger zone preset, so I'm gonna do it like this. So this is gonna be an area I consider managing the trade. Until then, we should be fine probably. We should be fine. 0.5 risk on both trades. We're not looking to take. I'm looking to max expose myself with 1% in this session. I'm not looking to put all my eggs in one basket, so we should see what's gonna happen here. I'm pretty solid in a bullish bias now because also, okay, DXY just broke from the high, so we don't necessarily need to come there. We reacted up here, so we should easily go lower here. At least try and go lower. This looks good on DXY, so this can align with our overall analysis, our overall idea to play buys here. Euro should be tapping us in right now. Now it did. So let's see if we manage to hold. If we start inversing, I'm not really gonna hold a trade, but we should definitely start holding. We are a bit impulsive, I'm not gonna lie, but it's only the first part of the candle, right? We should definitely hold this higher. If we break it, probably gonna look to close. I'm looking on the 1 minute right now on euro because we are rejecting pretty good, so I want to see price just start breaking higher from here. As I said, why I moved my entry is because it just looks like a gap. Price didn't really inverse. It did kind of inverse this 5 minute, but it's not like properly aligned. So when this happens, usually when a bearish gap is left behind and then a bullish gap forms a bit higher, usually what happens is that bullish gap is going to get mitigated without price reaching this area. That's at least from my experience what I've seen happen. That's why I moved my entry a bit higher. Now we're rejecting pretty good. I would want to see Geo tap us in, but if it doesn't, that's just life. I don't think we should have placed our entry anywhere else, basically. Even on this 5 minute, I don't think price would have tapped us in anyways. So we're solid. Euro is rejecting pretty good here. This is gonna be my break-even point, or break-even impartial. That's why I marked it as a danger zone. Is because first of all, why I marked it as a danger zone is because it's a 1 hour gap, obviously, and it's a area where we inverse the bullish gap. So this is significant, right? This is significant overall, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're pretty good reaction on euro, pretty good, really good reaction. Kind of wide stop, but that's whatever. we're we're kind of floating in profit already, but not like a huge amount. But it's better than nothing, right? I'm gonna make it slightly smaller so you can see the profit. Okay, nice. This is the euro trade. You didn't tap us in yet. I don't necessarily think it will by the looks of it, but it is what it is, right? Euro really good rejection out of that area. Really good. This is kind of exactly what you want to see from price. I'm probably gonna delete my geo order because it's also the weaker pair, so I'm probably gonna look to stay involved in euro and again manage trade based on what's happening. I want to see a strong close above Asian highs right here. Strong close and retest and just hold price higher. This is gonna be a pivotal area where we really want to be careful at how price behaves. Also, this can be a significant area to deal with, but I would want to see price continue higher here because we did kind of fail to close above the 1 minute, so it depends how we behave. I don't think I want to expose myself on GU as well. I'm probably gonna delete my GU order because it's not worth being exposed in two trades. For me, it's enough one, even though 0.5 risk, and euro is overall the better pair to try and long this, try and buy this. So GU is the weakest pair out of the trifecta. So let's see. We're just gonna wait and see what happens, but we should be fine. I think we're solid on euro. We do have this, but it's too big in my opinion. So this is gonna be again a pivotal area. But overall, considering bullish order flow, we should definitely respect higher, start reaching towards this. But there is a potential we fail to break lower. If there is gonna be a potential to fail to break lower, it's gonna definitely be in this area because of the 1 hour FVG. So yeah, we have to see how price wants to behave here. And that's pretty much it. Now we're just letting it run. I deleted my G order because, as I said, I don't want to be exposed in too much risk in two trades, and euro is the better pair to look to trade here. Also, UK might come in our area, so we'll see. I think we're slowly gonna start breaking towards the upside, or at least we're gonna take. We should take Asian highs. In my opinion, we're too close to not take them. So we'll see how we hold this gap overall. It's kind of holding the mini danger zone I marked. The juice kind of holding it. I marked this rebalance because it's dangerous, because I don't know just how price looked, right? Rebalance on a huge rejection on a previous FVG and the range that broke below Asia. So technically, if we hold this, we can go lower. This looks like a good FVG. I'm not gonna lie, this here for raid and go higher, but yeah, I'm fine with that. And also this rejection on the 5 minute looks really good. See how we close. So this is a W entry. It's a W entry. Now I just want to see price continue higher, because a W entry is useless if the trade is not really a win, you know what I mean? And the 5 minute looks good, but I don't want to see it fail. You know, I want to see it continue higher, and we should. Pretty wide stop, but it's okay considering we get 3R on the highs basically. If we manage to come here, and this our managing area is gonna be on 1.6, which is a good, it's a really good in terms of R, and it's also a really good based on price action. It's a really good area to manage a trade. So it's basically at half of R, and it's in a really dangerous area, so it's beneficial in a lot of things. So doesn't really look like we're gonna break higher, I'm not gonna lie. We did fail one. Now if we inverse this, I'm probably gonna get out, I'm not gonna lie here. But it depends. We should have left instantly after that rejection. Again, this we should hold this 1 minute. I want to see price definitely hold price higher, hold higher. Don't want to see this huge rejection of the speedy array of the CVG get rejected higher. If that happens, it's not really a good sign. It's a losing pattern if that happens. So we'll see. And this is gonna become a main point uh, for my exit. Because now if price disrespects this 1 minute FVG and starts breaking this low and closes below it really strong, and it doesn't reject off this previous area where we look to enter, I'm not gonna look to hold the trade anymore, because that's a pretty bearish sign. It's a bearish entry pattern, so therefore I'm gonna look to close if price does that, right? So it's just like mentally preparing for every scenario, that if that scenario is gonna happen, I know what to do, right? Even though I want to see this trade go after such a good rejection of our entry, there's still a potential we're gonna reject that entry and we're gonna go bearish and the trade fails, right? So that's why I'm kind of preparing an exit plan, because you don't want to take a full loss. You always want to look to get out earlier, and how you're gonna do that is based on experience and um, looking at the same things that you look for in an entry. You're gonna look that to happen against you. So if that happens against you, that's a bearish entry pattern, and therefore you're gonna look to close. But for me, this looks good, right? On the 3 minute, it looks good because we're not breaking strong below that gap for now. So we're kind of looking like we're gonna still hold the CVG. We're just gonna retest and just consolidate a bit and then just continue higher. At least that's what's I think is gonna happen based on the formation on this 3 minute, like how it looks. So it's just like it's really important to have a plan, right? Always have a plan for every scenario. So right, if price breaks above this high, I'm looking to take my entry where of this 5 minute FVG. Then what I'm gonna do, where I'm gonna target, where I'm gonna place my stop loss. My stop loss is gonna be below this lows. My main target is gonna be this highs here. Why? Because this is our range high is just a classic range continuation. Then the second thing you need to know is where I'm gonna look to manage my trade. For me is this areas because it's important. It's a pivotal area, so this is has a high chance of failing. Not here, my bad. Here has a high chance of failing, so therefore here I'm gonna look to, if that happens, I'm gonna look to take some partials or go break even, take some profits, or and protect my stop loss, because I know that this point has a high chance of reversing and I don't want to take a loss on it, so I'm gonna go break even, right? The third step you need to know is what I get, when are you gonna look to exit if the trade is not gonna play in your favor. So you need to have a take profit plan if the trade is gonna go right, and you need to have an exit plan if the trade is gonna go wrong. So in my case, if price is gonna break back below this rejection here and inverse this gap, this is gonna be my exit, because this would be a strong sign that we're gonna go lower, right? But overall, I still think we're gonna hold that. So yeah. So yeah, I think this is a good idea for a video actually. Uh, three, three, three things that you need to know before entering a trade. Right, that's good. So I'm maybe actually gonna look to write a script on this for a short steps of a trade. You need to know before entering a trade. So it's gonna be stop loss plus take profit. Third is gonna be management if trade goes right, management if trade goes wrong. So as I said, you need to have a stop loss and a take profit. That's going to be your main priorities. Then you need to have a trade management plan if the trade goes right. So if trade goes in our favor, you need to be prepared to have some steps. If trade goes wrong, you also need to be prepared to exit. So you're basically going to be prepared for every market scenario. That's essentially it, right? So now we're just gonna let it run. There's no need to do really anything. There is a potential, as I said, we should definitely reach Asian highs at least, because this is liquidity here. Regardless of what price is doing here, we should still reach. If after price reaches Asian highs it wants to reject, so be it, then we can look to exit. But until then we should still continue higher. We're just looking like we're holding this gap and we're probably gonna continue. And I wanna, obviously my best case scenario would be if price gaps above Asian highs, retests it and holds it higher. Right, that's gonna be what I wanna see from price do here. You also need to know when are you gonna enter, where are you gonna enter. Looks like it's gonna break. This looks bullish for me. This move here, this 1 minute move, looks like it's gonna kind of explode towards the upside above this high and above this high. At least that's how it looks to me, because this move just looks like it. In my opinion, it doesn't look like it's gonna fail. For me, it looks like it's gonna continue higher. Just like my intuition, right? Here is just my experience in the market. And after a rejection like this, it should be fine. So I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna let the trade run, and yeah, I'm gonna cook a short. I'm gonna think about a short about this specific trade. Maybe not about this specific trade, but in general, how what are the steps of a trade. So you need to know where you're gonna enter. In our case, 0507 of the higher time frame. When are you gonna enter? When price inverses and breaks above this gap. You need to know where your stop loss and take profit is gonna be. You need to management if trade goes right. If the price goes in favor here and here, I'm gonna do something. If trade goes wrong, if price breaks below our entry. Yeah, it's basically just having plans. This is a smart way to trade. You always need to be prepared to almost all the scenarios the market is gonna give you, right? That's pretty much it, baby. Yeah, you wouldn't get tapped us in, but we'll see. We're letting it run towards the high management point. It's just simple overall. So now, looking at price, we can expect a retest of this FVG because we just took Asian high, so we kind of look like we might retest it, but it's not like mandatory, it's not a necessity, but just by looking at price. So now I'm gonna try and do the short right now. So so I'm gonna do every step. When are you? When? When? Where? When? Stop loss. Take profit. If trade goes right. Oops. If trade goes right. Trade goes wrong. Five. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major. Oh, stai. Că trebuie să dau record. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. The first is gonna be where are you gonna look to enter, in what area. So in this case, on the 4 hour, we see we have two gaps here on order block, and if we draw a fib on price, we see that that is gonna resonate with our area. So this is gonna be the area we're gonna look to get involved in. The second step is gonna be when are you gonna look to enter. When price comes in this area, inverses a gap, which is this in this case, and closes above previous high. These are the signs you're gonna look for an entry, for a switch in momentum, for you to take your trade. So you need to have a confirmation, a signal for you to take your trade. The third step is gonna be where are you gonna the third step is gonna be where are you gonna place your entry, where are you gonna place your stop loss, and where are you gonna place your take profit. In this case, we placed our entry on this 5-minute FVG, stop loss below the lows, and main target is gonna be range high. Main target is gonna be range high because this is where we're generally gonna look to target in bullish order flow. The fourth step we need to know is what are we gonna do if the trade goes right. So for me, if the trade is gonna go in our favor, when your trade is when a trade is gonna go in your favor, you're gonna look to secure some. So you need to have some management rules for. You need to have some management rules if the trade goes in your favor. In my case, in this case, if price will reach this 1 hour FVG, I'm gonna look to take some partials and I'm gonna look to go break even. Why? Because this is a 1.5R and it's a good place to take partial, and it's also a pretty dangerous area. We inverse this bullish gap here, so this price has a chance of reacting off here and going lower. So if that happens, we're gonna look to go break even to protect our capital and also secure some profits. And last step, fifth step, is what are you gonna do if the trade goes wrong. So what are we gonna do if trade rejects our entry? If the trade comes back down after taking Asian highs and closes below this gap and that low, this is gonna be a pretty bearish sign. So here we're gonna look to close our trade. Never take a full loss if price is giving you signs that you're confident in. If price is giving you bearish signs, you should look to close. So if price comes back down and gives us a bearish entry pattern, I'm gonna look to close my trade. So you need to be prepared for everything that the market's gonna do, and you need to have a plan before entering every trade. You need to have a plan before entering a trade, and you need to have a plan for what are you gonna do if the trade goes right, what are you gonna do if the trade goes wrong? So if that when those steps happen, you're gonna be prepared to execute and take the best decision. You're not gonna stay and think in the moment on what to do. You're gonna be prepared and know exactly what to do. This is gonna be saving you time, and it's also gonna save you mental space, and it's gonna save you from making emotional decisions. Because if price comes back down and closes below the low, I already have a plan and know that I'm gonna close the trade. I'm not gonna be hopeful that, oh yeah, maybe price is still gonna go up and then it's gonna do exactly what I expected and go bearish. So you gotta be prepared. You're gonna have these major steps before every trade you consider. Now, putting that aside, let's wait and see what this trade is gonna do. I'm gonna be really careful at this high because it's danger high. So if price gives us signs, I'm gonna look to close my trade. Now I'm probably gonna look to edit the video. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the next step. I'm not gonna stay and waste any more time. I'm gonna look to edit this video, and yeah, I hope something good comes out of it. I don't really want to do it again. I actually have to help a friend. He's giving an exam and he asked me to help. So I'm gonna look to, yeah, start editing my short, I guess. Should I start on Premiere first, or I don't think so. I think we're fine. So new project, and we're gonna put our video here. The source comp. What do you mean it's damaged? What the fuck? What the fuck, bruh? Trade is looking good. Yeah, trade is looking healthy for now. 5 minutes. So let's see. Let's see. Trade is looking goody good. Healthy. And I'm gonna do composition settings. We're gonna do 180 and 1920. Okay, we're gonna scale it up. 5 minutes. things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you
Bro,
Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade.
so let me
The first
see.
is gonna be, where are you gonna look to enter? In what area? So in this case, on the 4 hour, we see
Oh
that we
my
have
god, my
two
microphone
levels
was low,
for the
bro.
120
Fuck.
Fujol
I
Fit
have to
on
redo
Pulse.
this shit.
We see that that is gonna resonate with our area.
Fuck.
So this is gonna be the area we're gonna look to get
It
involved.
is what it is, gangy. So yeah, I'm probably gonna still write a script. Where are you gonna enter? Uh, Where are you looking? Where is the most beneficial area for you to take entries on? Trade is looking healthy. Really good leave of that area. Geo wouldn't have tapped us in. We do have that gap there, but I'm not really worried. We had a really good retest and respect of that Asian high, so we should easily continue higher towards that. Yeah, towards that. So gonna roll my script for my video, and yeah, probably that's what we're gonna do for today. We're maybe gonna get into some backtesting soon, and after that we'll see what happens. So I'm gonna actually delete this. We're just gonna let our trades be our chart be clean. Now until then, I'm still gonna take a break again, and yeah, we're just doing things step by step, right? Oh, really W entry, kind of as usual, to be honest, as usual. I don't want to be arrogant, but kind of as usual. I do get entries like this pretty often. You should be solid with this. It's not like a mega. I mean, it can be more high quality, but I said I'm gonna go low risk because yeah, of coming off a losing streak, I want to be a bit careful on taking trades. We do have this 1 hour gap, so we gotta be slightly careful around this area. But the 3 minute just looks like too big, in my opinion. So we either watch, or we're gonna watch this level or this level. We want to see how price behaves to that 1 hour FVG, right? We want to see price take it as support and keep holding, so we have a really good up candle here, which I'm gonna expect price to hold. If we form a 50-minute FVG around this area, if we form a 50-minute FVG around this area, then retest and go higher, that would be perfect. Coming off such a strong sign here, we should be still going higher easily, in my opinion. Also, paired this with DXY confluence that we're gonna be bearish. We had a really strong rate on liquidity, really strong reaction, so we should continue towards range low. Also, UK apparently reached our area, so we're gonna watch how it happens, but not really gonna plan to enter any more trades. So that's basically it. Now we're just waiting on price to do his thing, you know, do what it wants to do. Not gonna go break even yet. There's no real point going break even, yeah, because 50 minute looks healthy. There's no real sign of maybe we should actually look at this more like because this is gonna be the area we should hold, and plus Asian highs is gonna be a really strong influence. 50 minute gap formed around here is really crucial, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go take a break, and when I come back I need to record that short, so As I said, as I said, I was expecting a retest of that area, so that's exactly what happened. Now we're rejecting, so that's a good sign. Gold kind of reached our area, but it's slightly bullish. I'm not really trusting this to enter. This looks very bullish, so I'm not gonna take any trades yet. But euro, we're looking good. We're looking like we're rejecting of that retest I was expecting. We had this rejection here on the 1 minute, so it looks good. We should carry on forward. Also, bearish side of the range looks really weak, looks like a retrace, so that's a good sign for us, right? It's a good sign. So, oh yeah, I know I should get to record my short, right? So let's see our script. Where's our script? Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things. Oh, wait. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. The first one is gonna be where are you gonna look to the first one is gonna be where are you gonna look to take your trade? Where are you gonna look to get it? The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market? In this case, we had this 4-hour FVGs here and we were overloading in 0507 area. If price reach this area, I'm gonna look to take some buys. It's pretty simple. And all you're gonna do now is wait for that area to get reached. So the fuck, I'm struggling. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look where the first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market. Where is the most beneficial area for you to take your entries on? In this case, it was this 4-hour FVG and 0507 of the range. This is the most beneficial areas for us to take buys. The second step is going to be when are you going to look to take your entry? What must price do for you to take your entry? In this case, it was the inversion of this bearish gap and the close above the high. If price does this, I'm going to take a buy. A strong signal that price wants to continue higher. If this wouldn't have happened, we would have probably just continued lower. The third step is going to be where are you going to take your entry, where are you going to place your stop loss and take profit. In this case, our entry was off the 5-minute FVG, stop loss at the lows, target range high. It's just as simple as that. Looking to get our 3R on the trade. The fourth step, the fourth step, trade management. If the trade goes right, secure. We need when a trade goes in our favor, we need to secure some profits or protect our capital. In this case, if price reaches this area, we're gonna secure some profits like 30% and look to break even.
Why? Because this area overall is a dangerous area where price has a high chance of failing. So that is gonna so knowing that, we need to protect our capital, secure some profits if the trade reverses, and also protect our stop loss. We don't want to take a full loss on a trade that went right. So if price reverses, we're gonna go out at break even, protecting our capital. And the fourth step and the last step is gonna be management if the trade goes wrong. What are we gonna do if the trade goes wrong or our entry gets rejected? In this case, what I was watching is if price after taking Asia high is gonna come back below, close below an FV, below this FVG and break this low. Fuck you, bitch. In this case, I was watching if price, how price. In this case, I was watching. In this case, I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs. If we come off of Asian highs and start breaking lower, breaking this FVG and this low right here, this would be a strong signal that we're gonna go lower. You do not want to take a full loss on a trade, so if price gives you certain signs, you can close your trade early and protect more of your capital. This is what kinda differentiates profitable traders and really good traders, to really beginner traders. Beginner traders will take a full loss on a trade that they know is gonna fail. So if price comes and rejects of Asian highs and breaks the lows, I know that the trade is gonna fail. So there's no need for me to be emotional and hopeful that price will go higher. We have really strong signs that we're bearish, right? This is how you actually protect your capital, and it's really important. All the steps you need to have in your trading. You need to be prepared for every market scenario. If trade goes wrong, you'll do this. If trade goes right, you'll do this. Where are you gonna look to entry off a 4-hour area? When are you gonna look to entry? When price inverses a gap. You need to have all the steps in your trading to make sure you're gonna be prepared for every market scenario. So now, seeing that price is approaching this area, I would be prepared to either to take some partials and go break even, right? So now let's see what this trade will do. Let's see if this is gonna be a win or a loss. We're looking at really healthy bullish order flow. We should keep holding this. At least also we're really close to the high, so we should definitely hold this gap. Mm. Kind of strong inversion as of right now, but I don't think it's gonna reverse. It depends on price, but I don't think it's gonna reverse. 5 major things. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. 5 major things you need to know before entering a trade. The first one is gonna be where are you gonna look to and where are you, the first one is gonna be where are you gonna the first one is gonna be where are you gonna look to take your trade. Where 5 major things you need to know before entering a trade. First one is gonna be where are you gonna look to take your trade. Where are you gonna look to get it. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved. Look to get it. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market. In this case, we had this 4-hour. Second step is gonna be an area. If price, the first step is gonna be where are you gonna trade. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved.
Looking pretty bearish,
First
I'm
step
not
is
gonna
gonna be
lie.
trade. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to know before entering the trade. The first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market. In this case, we had this 4-hour FVGs here and we were overlooking a 0507 area. If price reach this area, I'm gonna look to take some buys. It's pretty simple. When all you're gonna do now, first step is gonna be where are you gonna look to get involved in the market. In this case, we had this 4-hour FVGs here and we were overlooking a 0507 area. If price reach this area, I'm gonna look to take some buy. It's pretty simple. When all you're gonna do now is wait for that area to get. The first step is gonna be where you're gonna look. Where the second step is gonna be when are you gonna look to take your entry. In a 0507 area. The second step is gonna be when are you gonna look to take your entry. What must price do for you to take your entry? In this case, it was the inversion of. In this case, it was the In this case, it was the inversion of this bearish gap and the close above the high. If price does this, I'm gonna take a buy. A strong signal that price wants to continue higher. If this a strong signal that price wants to continue higher. If this wouldn't have happened, we would have probably just continued lower. The third step is gonna be where you're gonna take your entry. The third step is gonna be where you're gonna take your entry, where are you gonna place your stop loss and take profit. In this case, our entry was off the 5-minute FVG, stop loss at the lows, simple as that. Looking to get a 3R on the lows, target range high. It's just as simple as that. Target range high. Secure. We need when a trade goes in our favor. We need the fourth step. What the fourth? The fourth step. Trade management. If the trade goes right. Step. Trade management. If the trade goes right. Secure. We need when a trade goes in our favor. When a trade goes when a trade goes in our favor, we need to secure some profits or protect our capital. In this case, if price reaches this area, we're gonna secure some profits like 30% and look to break even. Why? Where price has a high chance of failing, so that is gonna chance of failing. So knowing that we need to chance of failing, knowing that we need to protect our capital, secure some profits if the trade reverses, and also protect our stop loss. We don't want to take a full loss on a trade. That went right. So if price reverses, and the fourth step and the last step is going to be management if the trade goes wrong. What are we gonna do if the trade goes wrong or our entry gets rejected? In this case, what I was watching is if price after taking Asia high is gonna come back below, close below below this FVG and break this low. In this case, I was watching if price after taking if the trade goes wrong. What are we gonna do if the trade goes wrong or our entry gets rejected? In this case, I was watching if price, how price, in this case, I was watching, in this case, I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs if we rejected. In this case, I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs if we come off of Asian highs and start breaking lower, breaking this FVG and this low right here. This would be a strong signal that we're gonna go lower. You do not want to take a full loss on a trade. So if price gives you certain signs, you can close your trade early and protect more of your signal that we're gonna go lower. Close your trade early and protect more of your capital. You can close your trade early and protect lower. You can close your trade early and protect more of your capital. This is what kind of differentiates profitable traders and really good traders. Beginner traders will take a full loss on a trade that really beginner traders more of your capital. Beginner traders will take a full loss on a trade that they know is gonna fail. So if price comes and rejects of Asian highs and breaks the lows, I know that the trade is gonna fail. So there's no need for me to be emotional and hopeful that price will go fail. So if price comes and rejects of Asian highs and breaks the lows, either now let's see what this trade will do. Let's see if this is gonna be a win or a loss. 5 major things you need to know. 5 major things you need to know before entering a trade. The first step is gonna be where you're gonna look to get involved in the market. In this case, we had this 4-hour FVGs here, and we were over Lorena 0 here, and we were over Lorena 0507 area. The second step is gonna be when are you gonna look to take your entry? What must price for your entry? What must price do for you to take your entry? In this case, it was the your entry. In this case, it was the inversion of this bearish gap and the close above the high. If it was the inversion of this bearish gap and the close above the high. If price does this, If price does this, I'm gonna take a buy. A strong signal that price wants to continue higher. If this wouldn't have happened, we would have probably just continued lower. The third step is gonna be where third step is gonna be where you're gonna take your entry. So now we can pay a bit of attention to how price reacts to this inverse. But in my opinion, by the way we rejected of the lows, we should start breaking above, retest, and continue higher towards this high. That's what I think is gonna happen. Let's see. Where are you gonna place your stop loss and take profit? In this case, our entry was off the 5-minute IBG stop. Where are you gonna take your entry? Where are you gonna place your stop loss and take profit? In this case, our entry was off the 5-minute IBG, stop loss at the lows, target range high. The fourth step, trade management if the trade goes right. Range high. Trade management if the trade goes right. When a trade goes in our favor, we need to secure some profits or protect our capital. In this case, if price reaches this area, we're going to secure some profits like the area. We're going to secure some profits like 30% and look to break even. Why? Because this area overall and look to break even. Why? Why? Because this area overall is a dangerous area where price has a high chance of failing. Knowing that, we need to protect our capital, secure some profits if the trade reverses, and also protect our stop loss. We don't want to take a full loss on a trade that where price has a high chance of failing. Knowing that, we need to protect our capital, secure some profits if we need to protect protect our capital, secure some secure knowing that we need to secure some profits if the trade reverses, failing, knowing that we need to secure some profits if the trade reverses, and also protect our stop loss. We don't want to take a full loss on a trade that went right. And the last step is going to be management if the trade goes wrong. What are we going to do if the trade goes wrong or our entry goes wrong? What are we gonna do if the trade goes wrong or our entry gets rejected? In this case, I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs. I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs. If we come off of Asian highs and start breaking lower, this would be a strong signal that we're gonna go lower. You can close your that we're gonna go lower. You can close your trade early and protect more of your capital. Beginner traders will take a full loss on a trade that they know is gonna fail. So now let's see what this gonna fail. So now let's see what this trade will do. Let's see if this is gonna be a win or a loss. Five major things you need to know before entering a trade. The first step is going to be where are you going to look to get involved in the market. We had this 4-hour FVGs here and we were overloading in 0507 area. The second step is going to be when are you going to look to take your entry. What must price do for you to take your entry? In this case, it was the inversion of this bearish gap and the close above the high. A strong signal that price wants to continue higher. If this wouldn't have happened, we would have probably just continued lower. The third step is going to be where are you going to take your entry, where are you going to place your stop loss and take profit. Our entry was off the 5-minute IBG, stop loss at the lows, target range high. Trade management if the trade goes right.
when a trade goes in our favor, we need to secure some profits or protect our capital. In this case, if price reaches this area, we're going to secure some profits like 30% and look to break even. Why? Because this area overall is a dangerous area where price has a high chance of failing. Knowing that, we need to secure some profits if the trade reverses and also protect our stop loss. We don't want to take a full loss on a trade that went right. And the last step is going to be management if the trade goes wrong. What are we going to do if the trade goes wrong or our entry gets rejected? I was watching how price behaves to Asian highs. If we come off of Asian highs and start breaking lower, this would be a strong signal that we're going to go lower. You can close your trade early and protect more of your capital. Beginner traders will take a full loss on a trade that they know is going to fail. So now let's see what this trade will do. Let's see if this is a kind that did the short for now. So did the short, but we gotta see how price reacts here. I wanna see how we react to 0507 of the range, because we do have this 1 hour gap which we kind of reacted to. So we do gotta see how price reacts. We do gotta see that, but I think DXY. DXY looks like it's gonna retrace. I don't know if it's gonna reverse. So yeah, Euro's rejecting pretty good. If we keep this rejection, that's a good sign, because what we basically did here is just mitigate this order block where it was our initial entry. So that's what I want to see for continuation further on the range, right? I want to see a close. If a close above this high would be perfect, in my opinion. It would be perfect because we have the same kind of the same confluences we had for our entry, right? Close above a high, an inversion of a bearish gap, and a close above a high. In this case, the order is different, but it's first gonna come the close above the high and then inversion. So if we get this right here, this is gonna be a good sign for us to continue higher towards the lows. If we keep failing lower, I don't know. I'm gonna consider closing the trade if we're gonna keep failing lower, but I'm gonna give one last chance for price. I'm gonna give one last chance to price to react of 0507 and overall of this levels right here, because we are kind of looking like we're rejecting this bearish intention. So also DXY still looks bearish for me, so I don't really have a reason. Yes, we did inverse this, but this looks like a fake inverse for me. So that's why we don't really have any reason now to close the trade. We have to let it run, at least for now. Looking at this candles right here, we rejected this bearish move lower, so we should be fine, especially if we start breaking above this high right here. So yeah, we have to see how price reacts here, but we should be fine though. And we also rebalanced the 0507, right? Because this would be the correct measure of 0507. So we rebalance it, we should continue higher because this is the bullish range, we should continue the bullish range. We have a good high to break here, so especially if we get that confluence I just talked about, we are pretty solid on continuing further towards main TP at 3R. So that's basically it. Now we're just waiting to see what price wants to do. But we should be fine. I don't really see price rejecting, especially since the DXY is still bearish for me. It doesn't really have a reason to reject off here. I still expect price to easily go towards the lows here. So yeah, we're solid. We're chilling. We're being chilling. If not, that's completely fine. It is what it is. But I think we're gonna break the high now. Again, I'm gonna go take a break and see.
Une. Da. So here I was watching something interesting. Like we rejected initially off the high here. So I was watching one key thing here was how we behave to this bullish gap, right? Because if we here we would have broken below it and it closed below it and inverse it, that would have signaled that price will probably go lower. That fact that we respected it, it's a really good sign that we're gonna go higher and violate this inverse here, but it depends on what price wants to do, right? But this is generally the fact that we respected that FVG here. It's a really good sign that we're gonna go higher. That's what should happen, right? Here, if we would have inversed again, I would have really expected lower prices. Now this is a good sign that we're most likely gonna continue, at least towards this high, and in my opinion, this high. So it's exactly what I said previously. It's happening. The fact that I wanted to see this side. I wanted to see this side get broken and this FVG get broken and retested and price going towards the high, right? But this though is, even though it's, you can call it a really small sign, it's a really important sign, because this would have it would have been kind of pivotal area. If price would have broken, it would have just went lower. If price respected it, really good sign that we're gonna go higher. So let's see. I want to see price close above this inverse. Gonna delete this.
Looking really good as for now. We're most likely gonna reach this area. In my opinion, we're most likely, and also I'm expecting a retest of this inverse right here to continue higher. So I have an alert because I want to see how price behaves to this level. Now I'm paying attention to one kind of key thing. I did reach the alert, but I'm not just gonna close based on nothing, right? I was watching how we behave to this high, because in this type of structure, it's really important how we behave to range highs, right? If we retest it and hold it as support, we are easily gonna go higher. If we start breaking below it again, like how price is reacting now, if it closes below this 1 hour, this 1 minute low, and start breaking lower, I'm gonna look to take my partials. I'm not gonna look to do anything without signs from price. But this overall, the retest and went higher, this is generally a good sign, because as I said, in this type of structure, it's really important how we behave to range highs, right? This is our range high. If we start when we break above it, you want to see price retest that level and hold it as support to break higher. If price does this and rejects off the high instantly and starts breaking lower, this is a sign that we failed that higher high and we're gonna go for the low. This is what happens most of the times in the market. So what we got now is a pretty good sign, because it's a bullish sign, this rebalance here, because we perfectly retested and broke higher from that level. We didn't close below it, right? So for now, I'm not really looking to close or do anything, even though I said I will. I'm not managing any trades based on just price reaching that level. I want to see some signs from price that we're gonna go lower. If we have some rejection, then I'll consider taking some partials or going break even. But if we don't see any signs from price, it's highly likely that we're gonna go higher. So by doing this, we're maximizing our profits. We're not taking partials on a level just because price reached that level. We're waiting for price to give a sign that it will react off that high before taking any partials. That way, we're making sure our partial has some thought behind and has some meaning behind it, right? Yeah, I hope that made sense. But for now, we're looking pretty good. Yeah, what matters is that we respect this overall, right? That's what you want to see. You want to see price respect. Exactly what happened here. This is a pretty bullish sign. When you see this, it's a pretty bullish sign that we're gonna go higher, and that's what should happen here, in my opinion. So we're not just looking to manage the trade based on a level getting reached. We're waiting for proper confluences. So if you don't get a reaction, you're not gonna take your partials, because without having a reaction of this level, price is highly just gonna continue higher, and therefore without taking a partial, you're just maximizing your profits, right? You're not a partial has a pretty big toll on your overall PNL. So yeah, I hope that made sense a bit, right? Now we're probably gonna see a retest, because we had that rejection of the level initially. So I want to see how price reacts to this overall breaker block. This is a really important area. We want to see price hold higher. And I think that's gonna happen by the looks of it. The rejection is on the 1 minute. Keep in mind, it's not a significant rejection, and it's looking really slow. We basically just had one candle, so that is again reading price, reading what price is telling us right now. For now, we're looking like we're still rejecting that level, so we should still continue higher by price of it. And I'm confident in this because of DXY also being bearish. See, we're really close to that liquidity level. DXY actually reached that previous daily low way faster than Euro, which is fine, but I still think we're definitely gonna reach lower from this FVG here. So we are, because of this, we are confident in holding Euro a bit more higher, if that makes sense. This is a really pivotal area because it's also a 3-minute FVG, so we will want to see price continue. Same as DXY. Sadly, GU was actually stronger, but it missed our entry. Yeah, it missed our entry. Our entry was here, so sadly we didn't get a retest, but it is what it is. You can really catch every trade. But this kind of looks pretty good for a sweep model. The rejection is interesting. Price behavior here is definitely
showing that this level is somewhat significant, but we want to see how price reacts to it, right? Because see how we had this week's 1-2 wick, then boom, instantly rejected, failed to close above the level. But overall, I think we should still continue because of DXY. That's why. Because of DXY, because I'm pretty confident in DXY going lower. Since we didn't take that low, I'm expecting it to get taken before potentially reacting. But we have to see. We're waiting to see what price does. Overall, we had a lot of bullish signs today, so we should probably get that. Orange was really, really good. See how price this is the 1 minute, bro. Like boom, fucking flew.
Un sistem de bala
For example, here, if price will fail here, will fail to break higher and will start breaking lower, that will mean at least that we're gonna go for this low. Now, if when we go for that low, we break impulsively, leaving a gap here, then I'm gonna look to close my trade or at least take partials around that area. And this will be a pretty bearish sign. If price keeps comes here and takes this low and starts breaking higher again, there's no reason for me to consider taking partials, right? Now that might, so we have two scenarios. We're most likely gonna reach for this low, looking at the lack of volatility. That's what it means for me. So now what matters is how we behave to this low, right? Because if we come and respect it and just take its liquidity and start reacting higher, it's pretty easily bullish. Like we're highly gonna continue bullish now. If we break strongly below it and also close below this 3-minute FVG and 3-minute order block right here, we're gonna most likely gonna go bearish. So that's when I'm gonna look to take partials. Now, obviously, I would want to see price just like impulsive break higher from here. No regards, just like one candle hit my TP, but what's the likelihood of that happening, right? So now we're just letting it run.
dámelo, toma, toma. OG es xereca, ñaco, tú dámelo, toma, toma, Mano pra mim, a boca na minha piroca. Mano pra mim, a boca na minha piroca.
On the 50-minute, we're looking really healthy, bro. Like really healthy bullish order flow. So this kind of signals that we're gonna reach here, in my opinion, especially since these gaps are really small. They're more like liquidity rather than a POI, and especially since we're bullish, it's just like it's too clear that we're gonna go here. Why? Because of this sweep here, right? Range is just like really clear. And also how we kind of gapped here above this level is really nice. This kind of what you want to see. But I want to see like price obviously keep continuing to go higher. Because we have this here, so I want to see this get broken, essentially. This is the 1 hour gap. Because we do have a 1 hour gap. This is a pretty dangerous zone overall. But considering that we're bullish and look at the momentum we have on the 1 hour, it's pretty clear that we're gonna reach this easily, in my opinion. It's highly unlikely that we're gonna reverse, but it depends. Also, this order block looks good here. Maybe we'll see a retest of this, but yeah, it depends. But overall, also this looks like a good order block here. So there is a chance this actually can happen. Like we come here, we come lower, we come in this order block here, and from here we continue towards the highs. But it depends on how price behaves, but I think it's more likely that we're gonna reach rather than come back to the order block. Maybe we're gonna come back to the order block after we start breaking a bit more higher, maybe then. But it depends. It looks really healthy, and our entry was insane, bro. Like, what is this? Look at this rejection of the entry. It's crazy. And it was caught live, bro. You saw my thought process. And also on you, the same thing. I put my entry here, but we got missed. So look, my initial target was here 2R, but look, it easily went to previous daily high, like 4R. Just think about it. But sadly, we didn't really get tapped in, so it is what it is. It's just trading. You can't really do much about it, but it's good that I had the direction right. I had the idea right. We were clearly bullish. It was just too clear of a sweep. We were really clean range here. So it's just we're just looking to continue this range. Is that simple? It's not uncomplicated. Sweep of lows and just flew towards the highs. Well, I'm probably gonna get a retest of this area because it looks really good. Because it's new day opening gap, also new week opening gap, so it's gonna act like a really good zone in the market, especially Mondays, I think so. But yeah, now we're gonna watch Euro and see what it does. But looks pretty healthy. It looks healthier than GU because GU kind of reached earlier its target because it's already a previous daily high, so we might see a switch in momentum, like GU will retrace and Euro will continue higher because Euro didn't reach its objective yet, which is this high. So we'll see. Oh, and also, look, it's the MT4. Maybe some people will say that I didn't actually take the Sentry, but I want to show you that I actually did. It's crazy, bro. It's just crazy. not necessarily a good sign, this rejection, but I don't really think price is gonna care. What I think this move is, it's actually people getting stopped out on this FVG. This move was just for that, to like manipulate them, and now price will still continue. It was just a move to manipulate, like take the people out of this order right here who had their stop losses above this FVG. And that's how I see it. It's just momentum is too strong, bro. It should easily, I think it looks like it's easily gonna break higher. Like look how healthy it is on the 5-minute. Right, since the objective is so close, generally it should be also, we should monitor this high, because this high is also important. But until that high, at least I think we will go higher. So we'll see. We might see a retracement. Yeah, that can happen. We might see a retracement in this FVG I was looking at. So we might see on this inverse right here. It's a really good order block, because this essentially is an order block. If you look on the 50 minutes, an order block, and that order block has a lower time frame FVG in here, inside it. So this is a good sign. This is something you want to see, but it depends. Also, remember what I said previously. This was my partial level, and I said that I'm not gonna take partials off here unless I see a bearish sign. Exactly because of this, because price might just continue higher, so taking partials would not help me at all. I'm just like halving my profit essentially, like for no reason. Like price here just had a really small reaction and continued higher. Why would I take partials? Whoops. Why would I take partials, right? Because we are maximizing our profit here, and I'm stupid, bro. We're maximizing our profit. Essentially, that's it. We're not taking partials unless we're seeing a bearish reaction. Because if we see a bearish reaction, it makes sense to secure some profit. If you don't, it doesn't. Why would you? Because essentially now we're probably gonna get like a 3R easily, but if we would have gotten a partial here, we would have got like 2R instead of 3 for no reason. You know what I mean? I can't really speak. I don't know why. So we're letting price do its thing now. Maybe it's gonna hit our TP, maybe it's gonna not, but surely looks like it. At least it looks like it's gonna get hit soon. I was watching how price behaves to this zone because we had those initial reactions of it and failed to close above here, but now we kind of came back and closed above it, so we should continue higher. Watching how price behaves to this zone because we had those initial reactions of it and failed to close above here, but now we kind of came back and closed above it, so we should continue higher. Sheesh, what is this volatility, bro? Where did this come from?
at this time, because we all have
now we should just hold this gap towards TP. I don't think that's. I think that's. Bro, I can't speak, bro. What the fuck? I think that's what's gonna happen. We're just gonna hold this 1 minute FVG towards the highs. If we break it, we might go lower, to be honest, because this FVG should hold. It's essentially the same thing we looked at. Where were I think it was on the 3 minute, if I'm not wrong. Oh, here, yeah. Wait. Okay, I'm brain damage. I can think of it. Mai bine tăceam, Lin. Generally, you should hold because this range is really weak. This 1 minute range, so you should just hold and start forming bullish structure again. Because it looks like it has no reason to go lower as of right now. It's too strong. This momentum is too strong. This order flow is too strong. It's not like slow behavior. It's just like very decisive, very determined to reach its target, which is this high. At least that's what it looks like for me. So yeah.
Gruparea 33, primul meeting.
Obviously, what I want to see here is this gap get broken above, then retest and higher. It's just simple. You don't want to see bearish PD arrays holding, right? You always want to see them broken through, especially in bullish order flow. But if it holds, it kind of means that we're gonna retrace a bit. I don't think we're gonna go hard bearish, but I feel like the market is undecisive. It doesn't know in what direction to go in, so it's kind of fighting the gap from here and is fighting the gap from here. So now it kind of depends which side we choose, because we did kind of reject of this high here, right? So it depends which FVG will win. Usually in an uptrend, a bullish FVG should win, so this FVG should win and it should start breaking higher. Because here I don't really see a point of retest. Maybe this FVG here, because this looks really good actually. The small 50-minute FVG here looks good on this wick basically, but it depends. I don't think it really has reason to retrace. I think it will just go higher because it's so close to the objective. This is the thing that's kind of interesting now, because we are definitely in an area of previous consolidation, and we see that we're kind of repeating the same pattern. Now, usually this happens when we're building intention. So here we built an intention which was bearish, and now price is consolidating in the same area that intention was built. So here we can potentially see the carry on of this intention if price consolidates. But yeah, it's looking kind of bearish for me. By the way, we inverse this 3-minute FVG right here. So yeah, I don't know. It depends, 'cause this consolidation can either initiate towards the upside or towards the downside. So it kind of depends in which area we aggressively leave, kind of. So we'll see. I obviously want to see price go higher because it hits my TP, but I don't know. By looking at it, it kind of looks like it's gonna go towards the downside, which either means we're gonna retrace, and it's a good time to take partials, or we're just gonna like go straight lower. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe price will initiate towards the upside, but I kind of doubt that. By the way we're consolidating, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll wait and see. Now I'm starting to consider taking partials and also going break even maybe, but the thing is we have a really good order block on our break even. So yeah, because this consolidation is also formed above liquidity, so you can't really say that price will necessarily need to come here. So kind of here we initiated a bearish range, so now if we respect this high and initiate towards the downside, it kind of means we're going to play this bearish intention, but I still don't think that's going to happen. It's looking pretty bearish. DXY depends how we behave to this low. If DXY starts to break that low, like starts to break this low and go higher, it's kind of means we're fucked on here basically, but we should be fine though, I think. But we're gonna pay attention to DXY here to guide us to how we should think about this trade, right? For me also this area looks really good on DXY, but yeah, I don't know, we'll see. We should respect this. If we're gonna monitor DXY, because if DXY does this, respects this low and starts breaking lower again, we can easily hold euro. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird consolidation. Now we're kind of rejecting it towards the upside, so we kind of rejected that gap formation. Now I want to see price obviously close back above, but yeah, we're probably consolidating because we're in London lunchtime, and since London was so impulsive, yeah, lunchtime is actually gonna consolidate, but we'll see. We're pretty close to TP. We're like, yeah, pretty close. We just started ranging a bit, so I don't know if I generally want to be in the retrace. If a retrace starts going, I don't know if I really want to be in it, but at least it will be a good time to take partials, the minimum, right? On the 1 minute, yeah, we're kind of weird. We're just consolidating. We did form this bearish gaps here, so this is just range consolidation. We gotta wait for an initiation to happen, so we either initiate towards the upside or the downside, then we can take further decisions. We can really do much right now. If you think about it, this would be a perfect trap for sellers, right? This 1 minute FVGs, but let's just see, because it's also perfect because we trapped buyers here and these gaps, and we also trapped sellers. So this is just like consolidation behavior. Now a good sign would be price breaking this high here and this 1 minute AVG. That's what would be a great sign that we're gonna keep continuing buys. So we're gonna watch that. This is useless basically.
Sunt sigur că și tu ai pe acasă un dispozitiv vechi care stă degeaba printr-un sertar. De ce să nu-l vinzi și să faci și niște bani în plus? Cu cât îl vinzi mai repede, cu atât valorează mai mult. Răspund sincer la câteva întrebări simple despre starea dispozitivului. Uite, spre exemplu, capacitate, ecran, baterie. Bun, hai că avem deja o ofertă de preț și putem să alegem dacă vrem banii rapid sau o sumă ceva mai mare după 20 de zile. Ok, e gratuit să-l trimitem la Flip. Bun. EasyBox sau curier, tu alegi. Oricum transportul e asigurat. Și aia a fost. Simplu, rapid și fără stres. Și acum ai și niște bani în plus.
Descoperă varianta îmbunătățită a dispozitivului de aplicare pentru o utilizare mai ușoară. Reversează 15 ani de pete dentare.
Curier, tu alegi. Oricum transportul e asigurat. Și aia a fost. Simplu, rapid și fără stres. Și acum ai și niște bani în plus.
She just came back and saw this, bro. Let's go. Let's go, baby. This was a banger trade. Like, you can't say shit, bro. Like, this was one of my best trades. Like, yeah, it just was one of my best trades.
She just came back and saw this.
Yeah. Bro, you can check my channel, bro. I have some strategy. Yeesh, this was insane, bro. What the fuck? Like, this entry was crazy, bro. Like 3R, perfect 3R trade with this entry. Like, it's crazy. And this was really banger trade. We consolidated here for a while, but still ended up like hitting their profit pretty easily. It was nice. I'm also looking at UK and DAX. Maybe I'll make a video on like simpler strategies because my strategy is pretty like, I don't know. My strategy is pretty complicated, so maybe I should make one where it's more simple to follow. But this was crazy. This was banger trade for Monday, like insane. Price will probably run towards this level. I marked it, but 3R is fine for me. 3R is really fine. So yeah, nice day, I guess. Really nice day. The markets are finally starting to move properly again. Finally, bro. It's been a while of shit price action, so now finally starting to come back. Nice raid Asia. The classic strategy. This is, oh yeah, this was the strategy I was trading. So you can trade this Asia session, wait for price to take either the low or the high. If it takes the low, you're gonna look to buy. If it takes the high, we're gonna look to sell. In this case, we look to buy because we also had bullish trend overall. So this is the base strategy. You have Asia consolidation, wait for price to take the lows, market structure shift, entry on a gap and target the highs here. So Asian raid or Asia, you can search on YouTube. You're gonna find like Asian liquidity sweep strategy, and you're gonna find Asia strategies. But yeah, this was crazy. This was actually crazy trade. Let's see. I just want to check something. We're kind of in drawdown still, but we're not going to be in drawdown for much longer. Let me, 1 second. We're still kind of in drawdown, but I don't think I'm going to worry about this. We had that huge losing streak. But again, the market wasn't really like my favor. Yeah, we were in a big losing streak here. And now this is the first win we broke that losing streak with. And we made like, let me see how much we made on this trade. So finally the losing streak is over, bro. But the market was indeed moving weird for me personally. For my style of trading, it was not really going well. So let me look how much we made on this trade. We made $750. How do you call it? $750. So that's like 0.75%. Or no, it's 1.5%. I'm stupid. So we made 1.5% on this trade. That's decent. 1.5%. We made exactly 3R. We would have made more, but I told myself I'm gonna risk 0.5 until I break my losing streak, because of the huge losing streak. I needed to reduce risk. I should have reduced it earlier, but yeah, I reduced it now. On the next trade I'm gonna go 0.75%, and on the next trade I'm gonna go 1%. So I'm gonna slowly increase my risk based on my wins and losses. So next trade is gonna be 0.75 because we won this. So UK is still consolidating. I was watching UK and DAX basically. DAX looks like a continuation, like the classic
trending continuation, where you look for a London sweep, you get a market structure shift, and you look target the lows. But we have equal highs here, so I don't know. I don't know if I really like this trade because we are also bullish, but we kind of switch structure here, and we also inverse this gap, so we're looking a bit bearish, but we can still continue off this. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna trade this, but we'll see. I'm still gonna be a bit more patient. Geo also, sadly, the same strategy as before. We still looks same concept. Asian low sweep, market structure shift, and yeah, target the highs. So yeah, insane trade today, actually, insane trade. So yeah, probably gonna make a short out of this. I'm gonna make some edits of this trade because I really like how this trade went. So also I'm gonna make a YouTube video. So yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna trade for New York. I'm gonna monitor UK and DAX, but I don't really think I'm gonna trade. I'm most likely gonna take the day off because the 3RR is really good. We don't need more than that in a day, so probably gonna take the day off. Really good trade today. I'm really happy. Really good trade. I'm really happy for this. Finally, we managed to break the losing streak, and we broke the losing streak with a fucking banger. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this entry is crazy. The trade is crazy overall. We just went straight to TP. Didn't have like huge retracement. It just was like textbook trade. So I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.